Hi, chat. Hi. Hello. 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 Happy New Year's Eve, or New Year's, depending on where you live. This music is loud. I apologize. Oh, I was looking at Of the Devil shit on my on my my blue sky, and then I got distracted and stopped doing it. It's good. La 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 la. Do you guys know that you can wishlist Of the Devil episode 3 right now? Because you can. The fuck is a bug? What about a bug? Did I say something about a bug? What is it? It's an insect. Some kind of creature. I don't know what to tell you. Are you not familiar with our Lord and Savior Booge insect? Yeah. What are you on? Bug insect. Any bug insects in the chat? Oh, I do like this tweet from Booge Insect on Blue Sky, talking about how Sosuke is the hardest character to design in all of the Devil episode 2. Because everybody had a different opinion on what he should look like. The balancing act of making a hot guy who you feel bad for but also don't mind seeing get the shit kicked out of because he is so handsome. Between what would be termed as a bad boy and a dog boy. Broad shoulders, big boobs. Leon S. Kennedy in Resident Evil 4. What about Booge Arachnid? Has anyone said this? Okay. Now I'm done looking at Blue Sky and we can play the video game. That's enough of that. You know I'm locked in because I turned the space heater on? You're so wise. I should turn my space heater on. I'm a little chilly. I'm just not in the habit currently because I was it was warm outside for most of Christmas. And then it suddenly became very cold. So I'm still in the middle stage. Why is it called the space heater? I was like a month ago I realized that it's because it heats your space. It heats a space. It's a space heater. I also thought it was like, I don't know, in some way the fact that a space heater is liable to light fires and the fact that it's called a space heater like combined in my brain when I was younger, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's called a space heater because it lights on fire." And I guess things in space light on fire? I'm not really sure. But I also thought it was something to do with outer space. Does anybody in this chat like men? Oh, cool visual effect. Ahem. Yeah, I was gonna say Burb is here. We'll get into it. What does his voice sound like? It's been too long. My only real experience with space heaters. Space heaters are actually very safe compared to similar devices that produce heat. Standing too close to one while camping and catching on fire. Morgan, please. This is... Oh, there you are. Hold still and relax. This'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Force femme him. Force femme a puppy. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetics ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? Great job, buddy. Really, oh wait, I need to change into my court phone. Don't mind me. Okay, great. Tenets don't. Wait, actually, we'll until Emma shows up, we'll rock the AD. Tenet. Showing results for Tenet Super System, a programming network underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Ah, to have a court phone. One Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio, three priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety Zero, aka Tenet Zero or Tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstance defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though Tenet Zero may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Drift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000-megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind. And without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. It was, a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What if I'm talking? How will you... Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Tattoos. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury gonna ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Kamainu on my back. Kamainu? A guardian dog? You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or... like a great, fierce... a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design. Like, say... like a dragon. Okay. Yay! There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Weeb, Sarah. True. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true at times. Some women have expressed... And men, no doubt. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh, well then, she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke! Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire, for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? The Roman Empire, I know. Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. Men only think about one thing, and it's disgusting. This is true. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhehui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path, an outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh, sure, they were basically just big, friendly charities. Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually, that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So, the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another, their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top, and the Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class, then? The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist. Russ wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. You don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city?
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere'd you'd ever find yourself. Finally run out of steam. On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense! It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths, they've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it gonna look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Icaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you.
I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You were hired by Mikoto of House Icaria, weren't you, otD? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Mikoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride?
Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Icaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt.
And I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied.
Really? How can you tell? Yeah!
He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if...
Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. Sorry, otD. This is important. Hi, Emma. Hey, where's Emma? Good question. Somewhere. Eating, maybe. Who's to say?
How do I do that?
Think of something fun.
Right.
Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Morgan, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Like, going out? Morgan, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Girl. Don't look at her like that. Huh? No. Ah. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. Morgan's like, where's my six-shooter? They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. I can't handle how awkward she is. She's so weird. Ugh. She's so jealous and strange. What is her problem? She's just talking about the Roman Empire, and now she's like, in ancient Greece. Like, shut up, girl. Would hope we've progressed since then. Morgan, how many times a day do you think about ancient Greece? You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. Cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? This really is just Death Note conversations? Yeah. I suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What? You don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they'd last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills. And they disappeared. But no one cared or even noticed, until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to it? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. I love everyone. So like if Kira was just a normal serial killer and Elle was a normal prosecutor with an interest in serial killers. I don't think not really, actually. It's really good that Emma can immediately identify which of the many people who die or go missing in this city were killed by Morgan. Ugh, I've missed them. I can't handle it. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So, probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. If L was a lib, I've not watched Death Note. It's tertiary analysis. Don't watch Death Note. It's bad. It was one of the first things I ever watched, and I don't stand by it. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Now, where would be the fun in that? Yeah! They're so weird! Ugh, I love women. I love women so much. You have no idea. 10:04 p.m., August 15th, 2086. Courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? I bet Morgan thinks that Death Note is cringe. Yeah, I bet Morgan thinks that Death Note is cringe. I think you, of all people, should be telling me to not consume media because it's bad. You should consume our podcast episode. You should consume our podcast episode. Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones? Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. The bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. I'm used to summoning my temper in a particularly Orientalist fashion. Will the jury be hot? Never. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble. We're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so...
Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate their character?
Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes.
A punishment for the jury or for the defendant?
All right, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start.
Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case?
Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How?
It's 80. What are the chances?
Hi, 80. 80. Adjutant 8084. Date of birth September 2nd. Height 263 centimeters. Weight 299 kilograms. Blood type not relevant. Occupation automated dependent. Adjutant likes mountain air, gymnasts, luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts always returned. Favorite quote? Let he who is without sin play first or draw first. Nth devil games are so stupid. Like, yes, it's reasonable for the criminal game to be called House of Karia, but also this means they get to say the house has some relationship to winning all the time. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Try.
'Cause it's a trial?
Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? I'm sure someone in the building has a grudge against Morgan specifically. Yeah. 5 people, Your Honor? Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So shall we begin? Credits always good here. Initializing! All rise! Court is now in session! Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death, one was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in. 80, that's not how speedrunning works. New stuff, that wasn't their case 1, probably because we never went to real trial. Case 1 went to real trial. Oh no, I guess we didn't. It is a cool graphic though. And a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop-killing piece of shit! We're in style heaven now. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you. But I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. The defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with. Oh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders, and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke. It's not like Master has never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his... When did this game become a vocab test? From his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show, but that's because we are on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones, or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo.
Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall.
That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Your name and occupation, for the record?
How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve.
I know, but would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony?
Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Mikoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student.
Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group?
Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited.
Sosuke, are you alright?
Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe. Like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the holograms give him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good.
The boost to his height?
That he's safe at home?
I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke.
Don't be. After how horribly I've failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria.
I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone.
Don't look like that! Stop looking like that!
Listen, I'm with you. I'm with you in every way, Evangeline Morgan, but you gotta chill. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events.
Normal upbringing?
I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies.
Summer studies? Like some common waif?
Waif? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic.
Basic?
Was I mistaken?
Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention.
Please do. Play it like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Yay! Rockford! Emma Rockford, date of birth February 13th, height 165 centimeters, weight, you don't get to know that, blood type O positive, occupation, assistant district attorney, likes art museums, amethysts, turn-based RPGs, dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject, psychology. Exercises by, subject seems not to hear the question. She's rage baiting the baby boy, as she should. It's true.
Adonai is only won against her once.
So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I?
Where shall I start?
As far back as you can.
A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life.
Did you steal their lunch money or something?
I am the primary beneficiary of my father, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group.
You could buy so much lunch.
The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels.
And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then?
I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors.
This was all planned out in advance?
By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors.
Pried open? With a tool?
Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient.
Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios.
Yes, sir. It is so admitted.
What happened next?
The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail.
You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been...
Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru.
Don't tell me. You named your sword?
All great swords have names.
Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. The sword is named fucking Knight. Gotta love a sword name.
Katana! Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially at the tip. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru. Taken, along with Sosuke, down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto.
This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke.
You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next?
When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye.
We're devilishly.
Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times.
What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the doors shut. Rear, 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 rear.
But it will not be stricken. There it is. That's the last time you saw the defendant?
The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened.
Yes, they were very helpful to building security in recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun.
Needle gun. A needle gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim, Creek. Let the record show Makoto's rear was not struck. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind?
A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well.
Needles! Needles identical to these were recovered from Crane Tower where Sosuke and Makoto were ambushed.
Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you?
All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances.
Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony.
Hit it! Needles. Yoru.
Pineapple head-like man in a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right, and a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards as they tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Yep, I know where it is. Blocked every shot. Wanna bet? No! What are you even trying for, counselor? Just checking to make sure you're on your toes, that's all. That sounds like BS. I don't believe you. Overruled. My chip. My single chip. Okay, that's fair. I saw that I was objecting to they aimed at me. I'm trying to point out Makoto's misunderstanding about the nature of the attack. I just need to find a way to show it. Needles, Yoru, yep. Pineapple head-like man, a raincoat-clad hooligan, yep. They aimed at me, so yep. Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right, and the man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. They tried to kill me. That's incorrect. There we go. I fucked this one up 5 times. I figured it out. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's Pond? No, that's not true. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But two questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke suddenly collapsed the moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary?
That is...
I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable, modded strength.
Did you smash the button that forcefully, Sosuke?
I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive.
Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush.
The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you... Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The might not be picking it up for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record.
But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is, ultimately, his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces.
What the hell are you doing? You trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you.
Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part, per se.
Just an error of judgment.
Counselor Morgan.
What's up? You can disconnect the call if...
Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me.
Huh. So that's your angle? We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify.
It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic.
We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers.
And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra?
No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Needle guns. Sosuke medical records. Needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. Fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. That's not a failure, not by any generalist definition of the word. Okay, yeah, it's about him sustaining injuries.
Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time.
He definitely fought without a care for himself. And there's evidence to show it. Yep. Protecting him the whole time. Didn't matter that we were ambushed or the blue lights had projectiles. Took up Yoru. Without sustaining a single injury. Unscathed was the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at the Crane Tower. Police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened with that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand smashing it up.
Did you really?
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Okay, I was not there yet, but that's reasonable. Thank you, Morgan.
Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm?
As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Show me that record. Yeah, as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand, no. Should have been blood. I may be wrong. Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness testimony. No, this is where we raise for sure. Right? Yeah. Of course it does. How so? Try to think before you speak, Counselor. This adjutant has enough trouble staying focused as is. Yeah, that's okay, that's fair. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana?
Yoru.
Yoru.
His name is Yoru.
Take a big sip. We get it. Makoto's testimony. Jesus Christ. Testimony from Makoto Ikaria about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at Crane Tower. He identified Creek's pod as the four men who attacked them and said that Sosuke defended him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Makoto claims that Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. Did you have a point to make, Counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. I was half expecting it to be found under Yoru. Where is it, though? Sosuke's sword. There you go. Chipped at several points at the tip. The right hand of Sosuke Ikaria, no other prints found. Okay, So he was only holding it in one hand, is the point, right? Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh, yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Yeah, I feel confident about this one. Creek! Our poor victim Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Search results for withdraw, lawyer. Verb, to retract a comment to indicate the jury should disregard it in their deliberation. Either voluntarily in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comments that are withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Teehee. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, where? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. What do we have on this? No, because the sheath was used. I feel like this is wrong. I'm about to lose 5 chips about it. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword yes, there we go. Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault? Kept it from the police?
Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adenine. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled?
There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention is to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it.
What a load of bullshit! And the crowd goes wild?
Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Take a sip while Zero summary, please. I love that Morgan slams the desk and poker chips go up, and Emma slams the desk and stones go up. It's really good. I'm pleased. I'm very pleased. Thank you, Lenarain. You can't see me, but I'm jamming. Okay, let's move on. Oh! The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With Foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. Yeah, this is Lenarain. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade weapons. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is... a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were bare-faced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Ikari would want revenge against these victims.
I was only speaking the plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru.
Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense is belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the street scene of the crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy? Other than polish it. The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged in the arcs for some reason. She thought this many steps ahead. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation. Damn it. How do we respond to that, Ed and I? Ed and I? I was looking at chat with the same reason. It was the same time I was reading Sarah. Hey, 8084, what do you think about hot sauce? That's a spicy condiment. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wipe my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty, or being framed. And there's no evidence... And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. The murder weapon was polished as a trophy. Right, there's no reason to polish the gun, because the gun is not a trophy. So this points to the prints being wiped off for some other reason. Otherwise, Tank's prints should have been on this gun. And if Sosuke were the culprit wiping off prints, he should have wiped his own prints off. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Yes, they both. They both reached for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Can I get a hit of Scarlet Draw, please? Not yet, probably. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person. And it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks! The record shows that the that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun, too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it, right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that? Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said, wait, is Sosuke... Mikoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So, how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. I don't think that gun makes a particularly good innuendo. Polishing your gun is a known innuendo. A fine levied on your account is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation.
But he did testify.
Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake.
So he put himself at a disadvantage for you.
Not known by me.
Do you think Mikoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him?
He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Yay! Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Yumi.
Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Yumi Sato! Date of birth March 3rd, height 173 centimeters, weight, you don't get to know. Blood type, O-. Occupation, medical examiner. Likes brushed metal, grilled fish, cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, surveys. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color? Phthalocyanine green G. Coat, very easy to sanitize. Yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But, if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim, and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankur Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Summary of Medical Examiner Sato's findings in the death of Ankur Tanks Tan. Cause of death, magriel slug, detonated beside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. Notes, recovered metadata mods indicates a time of death of 9:44 p.m. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Summary of medical examiner findings in the death of Sungmin Trey Trench. Cause of death, severe blood loss, following lacerations to the throat and neck. Notes, recovered metadata from optical mods indicates a time of death of 9:45 p.m. Subject's skull was smashed in with blunt force posthumously, destroying the majority of systems in their optical mods. Traces of wood splinters found in skull match the broken back found near body. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but he had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Summary of medical examiner Sato's findings of death of Heavens Miller Smiles. Cause of death, a single stab wound to the carotid artery leading to massive blood loss. Loss of consciousness would have occurred momentarily after the blade's withdrawal. Notes, subject was stabbed in the neck with a bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wound is approximately 13 centimeters deep. Blood on subject's hands suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding or possibly even remove the weapon. No other injuries. Analysis of subject's mods indicates that their self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death. Combined with the location of the stab wound, subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die, that brings us to Krieg. Yes, like tanks, Lakers, Krieg, Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter, but it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Krieg didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Krieg would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious the whole time anyway? Krieg's autopsy. Summary of medical examiner Sato's findings in the death of Lakers Krieg Kristoff. Cause of death, severe blood loss and hemorrhaging, following the detonation of a mag-rail slug inside the subject's torso. Notes, subject was shot from close range, 1 to 2 meters. Subject had a modded spinal brace, likely a relatively low-cost, low-tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs several-fold. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. No metformin in bloodstream, most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Morgan, fix your face, yeah? But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Krieg's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Krieg's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dart card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dart card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough! Chip, swipe, pin, tap! Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, ya clown.
So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So, we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m., triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed, and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize then. Summary of medical examiner Sato's findings in the death of Tariq Chopin. Cause of death, penetrative cardiac stab wound, posterior. Death was instantaneous. Notes, Insight, standard issue for the police department, externally mounted monitor, but reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04 p.m. Subject was stabbed, impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation, as if blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. We can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. Yeah, Emma's already wrong because our fucking knife is gone. So now, Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But if we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Starting time, right? She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. Wasn't that pretty obvious, just from one autopsy? Tanks died first, and his mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first, combined with where their shooters stood, tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters, we know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk. And not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Yes. An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body was telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect.
Let's see what we can find about the bindings. Stiff with dried blood, clearly covers sharp. My feeling is that Sosuke's blood would be on the floor with all the other DNA evidence if this was true, but I'm not sure that I can prove that. It's a negative proof as opposed to a positive one. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination.
Adonai, it made you sound very feeble.
You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it.
That made us sound very feeble.
Why do I have to get roped in?
Meow.
I thought about the bindings and what Emma thinks about those. Yeah. There's not a sharp object other than the sword that could have cut them that's nearby, is the other thing. The lack of knife really doing something.
Yeah.
Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she is close enough to the truth already. I know the truth, firsthand, about every death except for Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Murder weapons. We all know the causes of death. We all know the timing. I know about the knife. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. I'm on high roller? Yup, I've made a couple mistakes already. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and the ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not! After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Blade wounds. The victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found in his hands suggests that he had time to reach out to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Yeah, it's time for fucking blackjack. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try to grab the blade. Well, of course there's not proof he grabbed the blade. There's no fingerprints on the katana. But why would... I mean, we have no proof that the blade was there for more than a second, do we? Loss of consciousness would have occurred momentarily after the blade's withdrawal. Blood on subject's hand suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding and promptly remove the weapon. Yeah, okay. Loss of consciousness after the blade's removal. The weapon would have been... Got it. So... Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached out to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would have been quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. What's the deal with katana stab? Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. The katana fits the puncture wound. We have to stay. Okay. Let's talk about Chopin. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. I would like to know, yes. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Yeah, the katana fits because as you'll see, Chopin was stabbed with a bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick, as was Miller, 2 to 3 centimeters thick. And okay, yeah. Guess we have to talk about gunshot wounds. I got nothing else to talk about with these two. 2 individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched the Mag US firearm that's been entered into evidence? I did. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable, but the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Didn't exactly learn anything new there. No, the shrapnel couldn't have been there already. Okay. Can we talk more about one of these? Okay. I guess we have to talk about this again. Because there's nothing else. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it. Just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And, of course, there isn't any other implement of the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. I didn't fuck up blackjack! That being said, that last one is impossible. I mean, except for, you know, eliminating all their options, which I did. But, like, those two are indistinguishable from one another in evidence. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious, then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How'd you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? See, I want to say that he was fully impaled, but I also think he got stuck. I also think he got stuck on the floor. It just doesn't make any sense that he would already be on the floor when stabbed, because he doesn't have any other wounds, like sign of a struggle. Like, I don't think there's anything else it could have gotten stuck on. I just don't know why he's there. So I guess now is not the time to press. I have the arcs, yeah. Where's my damn evidence? There we are. I mean, I have things in the arcs, I guess. Chips several points. Do. I guess I don't have the full arcs, like, in here, but I guess that makes sense, all things considered. Not important right now. Documents blotted out by the blood. I'll remember that for later. That's gonna be important. Okay. But there's nothing else in here that could have, like, things in it, right? It does say that there's an exit wound for the katana. I mean, that makes sense if it got stuck in the floor either way. I know that it didn't get stuck on the damn bat, so we're gonna stay. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught on the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So, we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Okay, that's what I needed. If there's no exit wound, it couldn't get on the floor. There is one, though. And then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? sort of, asking the room, I guess.
Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. What about the laceration on his left hand, though? What about the laceration on his left hand? His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Left hand was too damaged to grip a sword. Oh, well, yeah, you grip the gun with it. It's true. The Mag US? How can my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve this sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon to the null name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? What? Yeah, got one big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good. But you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine. I'll finish it myself. Right about now.
Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. Emma time! Facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes and London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it was an entertainer. Shut up, Morgan. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flanking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? Murder weapons, DNA evidence, only suspect, police suspect. Do. I mean, several things about this are wrong, such as being the only living person in the scene of the crime. But I don't think that we've established that yet sufficiently. I think we have to go for murder weapons, because we just spent all of this time talking about how we just did with Sato, right? Morgan, we know you think she's hot. The police testimony, not at all. The DNA evidence is absolutely true. So it's between only suspect and murder weapons. We have to get here eventually. But I think the best way of doing that is like so. The murder weapons that Sosuke's prints aren't pointing to anyone else. Without that knife, I can't prove the weapon manipulated after the murder. Okay then. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. Okay. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Used to wipe prints? Yes. Classified document. Only partial prints found. Oh, it's the dark card. Yeah. There was a transaction going on. Easy, 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 easy. Oh, what's that? The dark card found logged in a Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. The simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Chopin had his fingerprints on this? Hold on. This isn't relevant right now, but... Officer Chopin had his fingerprints on this? Yeah, the datapad is locked to his fingerprints, making it very difficult for anyone else to use it. Where are Creek's prints on the card if it's his? All fingerprints have been wiped off it at some point, so... I don't know why that would be in the fictional case that we're presenting. Well, I don't know why that would be in the fictional case that Emma is presenting. The real killer, obviously, me, put their prints on the card and then had to wipe them. But, I mean, he's buying off of his own datapad? I'm not that confident in this one. But it's not Creek, but it's either the datapad or the dark card. I feel like it being his datapad is the reason why it's a bad line of thought. You really think that the datapad found at the scene belonged to Creek? Technicians confirmed that it was keyed to his fingerprints, so... Yes, I do. Fair enough. Okay, then it has to be a card. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. Here we go. Thank you, Lorraine. What? If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to his crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they moved? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple. If I'm honest, we're discussing the possibility of a tilt gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? Or this customer could afford a dart card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on. You're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix. Was there any indication that the contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Time for Sarah to get on the swing.
So Oreo Holdings is not part of House Icaria?
No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Oreo Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That's very confusing.
No, it's... well, yes, it can be confusing. But it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house. From itself.
If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but... who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time.
Apologies, otD. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers?
You find his socials or something? I know, Morgan is like, who would stand up Emma Rockford when told to go meet Emma Rockford? Not me.
I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs.
Right now? What's the headline?
City council members thank heroic officer for his service.
Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to go do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present.
Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents. Their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please, get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? To be honest, Sosuke, I got the feeling I wasn't supposed to tell you who I heard it from. I'm just passing on a message. Forget I asked. There's only so many members of the house who'd want me to. So, did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently but undeniably.
Undeniably.
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people. We need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound, but can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation of being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on Jaywalker caught by a reflection of a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in, fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could talk, as soon as you could walk. Circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Ad and I suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more.
Oh, I love Sarah. I think Sarah deserves many good things. Also, tremendously fun, as always, to be talking to Sarah about how people who are killers are still people, but, like, the people who are killers that she's talking about are people who are asked to kill by superiors. Arrows are also pretty fast. It's like, you know, soldiers kill people, assassins kill people. Also, Morgan kills people, but it's not like there's somebody telling her to do it. She just kind of does it for fun. Also, I'm still thinking about, and not the person beside her who kills for kicks. I'm also thinking about Morgan's excitement about talking to a killer when she met him in prison, or when she met him in the what do they call it? The consulting quarters. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene? That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. It's fine, just have Morgan say she's a spy or something. She wants to find someone like her to prove to herself that she's right in her thinking. Yeah. Someone who just does it. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Rogers still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit! We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, Detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say. It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even to press when his answer's that simple? I'm almost tempted to... Was the soup good? Sorry, but I do... They really put it to me like I need to ask it. Yeah, bug report. I'm sure that it carried over from the last time I played the minigame. Chat. They're tempting me so bad. You gotta. Was the soup any good, detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole-in-the-wall place in mind, but when we got there, it turned out that they'd gone out of business last month. It had been a while since I'd last stopped by. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be there. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Yeah. Your Honor? Relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it, at least. Now ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. Was the soup good? Was the soup good? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects, even though there was a 10999 on 10999? 10999 on the third floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't gonna run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Comms around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999? I can't control my natural southern accent when I say 10999. And so it slips into Morgan's voice even though I'm not trying to do it. 90-90-90? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. This feels like a valid question. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor? If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Ooh, overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. A dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, a dumb question. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on? It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. Police classic, yeah. It's like 17776. True. Thank yous, Reyes. I mean, we make fun of Reyes and exploit her for being a cop. All the time, because it's her God-given right. But she is the only legitimate person in that organization. I'm not going to change off of Emma. It's Emma's phone charm for now.
Buh.
But I am thinking about, hold on. I'll just put it up on screen for a bit, because I'm about to go get some more water. Some more water for my stuffy nose. There we go. Enjoy. BRB. Burb, have you been exploiting me for hot tips on the trials this whole time? This is a joke. Anyway. Ash's guy is vibrating. Yeah, I just realized that my Discord voice is tied to my microphone array on the computer and not my actual mic, which is like muted when I leave. So, Ash, I would never do that. I must start doing that. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor? Really? What's she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, Are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling! Approach, Your Honor? Oh, wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast! Okay. So you're and they're already here. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? Ugh, I hate to admit it. I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with gray blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shirt off? He sneezes. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has, once again, claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served of a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But, Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? I desire this man carnally, and by this man I do mean Sosuke. What, because he likes being shirtless and kills lots of people? He is just a little puppy. I don't blame you, he's just a little puppy. Everyone in this video game is too hot for me. Sosuke is my little puppy, and I'm also otD. I love girls fighting. From Mikoto to London took less than 30 minutes in canon, yeah. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin, If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that.
Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here.
Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the...
Oh, for real?
Your Honor?
What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb?
Yes?
He's finally here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time.
Really?
The redirect fizzles out.
Counselor, you wanna snap it up?
No, Your Honor.
Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford let it go.
She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it.
So, if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment...
Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my...
heart?
I was gonna say stomach.
The analogy seems weaker somehow.
Like some kind of heartbreak killer.
Donk. There he is.
The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin.
Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty.
You don't have to say that.
Sorry, then just, reporting for duty?
Name and occupation.
Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation? Patrol Officer. He's a little dweeb. Huey Rogers. Date of birth, June 16th. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Blood type AB-. Occupation, police officer, Lower Wards Patrol. Likes, saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art. Dislikes, sand, marshmallows, the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Can't stand mice. Balance, easily upset. A former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier.
It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you.
When I said my name wrong, won't happen again.
And your tardiness?
What's that?
Being hours late to this trial?
Did I not set a reminder? Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all?
No, not at all.
I'd think this guy'd be pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite the concussion then.
As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers?
Right, from where?
The start.
Oh. Well, it was a pretty boring, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So, off we went.
What does that mean?
Well, shots echoed down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it had something to do with the Blue Bloods. The area is a known hotspot.
As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down, and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle.
Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? I suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but... So, when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked?
Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me, right up until we got to the second floor and heard a loud slam.
A slam?
What kind of slam? Like, slam?
Or like, salam?
Or like, slam? I don't know. It was loud, though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead, and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has, finally, identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone.
But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up?
That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Yeah, because the fire escape goes down to the second floor, so they would want someone on the second floor and someone on the third. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation. With some helpful theorizing. Kept off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... the fire escape? If you heard a fire escape slam, wouldn't you come running? Fire escapes do not slam, counselor. For a second, I thought you might go for that. Okay, it's the dumpster. I wasn't sure. Bam, 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 bam. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. You know, my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape?
1693, 172 minutes. 1963, whatever.
Oh, the great escape of the movie. I see. I know what you are. Runtime and year. only way to get from the 3rd floor to the street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken. So no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh, yeah. I can kinda see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... no. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn, that's... I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit.
I don't know.
I'm thinking.
I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking? And instead, flip the go board like you've told me to do before?
You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says that there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene, Window. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like, Window? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor, Window. Emma's one with the go board, yeah. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. One time I know the truth and I wanted to get out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over.
Hadn't I? Any luck?
Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue? Please do. But rewind a bit first, if you could, since we got off track. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutiae for us, line by line.
Like, every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones.
If only there was some kind of conspicuous blood splatter on the window.
Sir, yes, sir.
I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something stand out to you, Adonai?
Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit.
The saying is perked up, is it not?
What? Let me focus. Sound system for sure. We did turn it back on, but it was off when the arcs was recorded. Show me. No, it was still playing music loudly. Never mind. Fire escape. Front door. Just show me those real quick. Physical lock and key, currently damaged and non-functional. Okay. Fire escape. Missing the ladder. Okay. Sure. Let's find the building dead quiet. Uh-huh. Door was locked. Didn't see another way in. True. Japan shot off the lock. True. Some kind of loud music up the stairs. Yep, true. I hear a thud from upstairs and come running. Allegedly true enough. Stand over my partner's dead body. Not objectable. It sounds like quite the sensory overload having it described in such detail. Yeah, could have been very overwhelming. But the 5 senses are still bound by logic. And he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. Yep. You also would have heard it because the window was open. So. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor? Well, yeah. I heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah. Sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house experiment complex of sorts, as I understand it. It should have blocked out the gunshots, too, then. Haha. Wait, what did I just say? Did I say safe house experiment complex? Safe house apartment complex. You know what I mean. Listen, I'm doing a good job. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly... soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can. rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong?
There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first, once you've got one spinning consistently.
Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction.
The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means that someone must have opened them.
Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed. She's got those Blender default cubes all up in her head. She rotates some cows, it's free and the government can't stop you. This is true. She got her into this. And only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Oh, that's what Morgan was talking about with the handles! The crime scene has been significantly altered. That's... Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Mm-hmm. Fingerprints on handles is what I'm going for. I'm not that confident in this one, so I'm not raising my stakes, but... Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handle? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, but wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. She's pissed. I love seeing Emma get mad. Also, yeah, I was under the same impression that they slid open rather than swung, so I was, like, not sure what Emma was talking about at all, but I was like, I guess I'll believe her over me.
So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls,
it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side.
Ugh. Hey.
I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs.
You didn't say that. At least, not aloud.
Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood spatter! Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARCS data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the ARCS could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it could be simple enough. Waste the court's time? Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof! Yes, and you actually used it right this time.
I did my reading.
She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof, but she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. On the side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forgot the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies? The testimonies of 3 cops? In a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence? Yeah. Funny. I don't know what this means. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. The time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Pete was shot at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Yep, that's what I've been thinking about. How could anyone know that gunshots sounded in the lower wards if the building was soundproofed? Upper left corner has anger, wrath, fury. Okay, thank you. I did not see. I do love Morgan kissing everyone off. It's making me really happy. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots? If the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired. Now you go there? Oh, crap. Yeah. What, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, we called it in. True enough, I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m., Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient. But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Waiting for Emma to leap over the stand to throttle Morton. Don't get me excited. You must just gave me a warning on that one. Don't worry, I'll say it full-throated. The erotic tension. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed. Before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you? But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call. From the Blue Bloods. Commotion, uproar, pandemonium. I know what that one means. Like you got an evite. I think it was the choking out part which got mad at. True. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did, technically. Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim the answer to the stress call. But there's no panic button, no phone record to suggest one was ever sent. You know whose fingerprints were on the data pad? True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Time to flex your media literacy. Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you collected this episode in your phone. But you already read them front to back, right? Oh yeah, baby. Okay. I remember Chopin and Chopin being mentioned in the ballot propositions. Funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Reinforcement of pillars around the lower wards. House all the largest public transit elevators. I don't believe anything else is relevant to Chopin and Chopin. I believe it is just that. Senator Mathing's also there. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. Okay, here we go. Do you autofail if you miss an article? You can't miss any articles up to this point. I'm fully aware. I don't think there's any investigations you can advance past without getting the articles here. So I believe you should always have all of these, but it is the ballot props because that's the one that is relevant in any way. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? A sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measures, specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the... Funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability for everyone above them. And of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute. You mean... you... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? I wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents? One last question. Less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found there? Chopin's fingerprints. Medium confidence on this, because the classified documents are also important, but I'm pretty sure, maybe a little more sure. Why does Chopin have fingerprints on the datapad? What was Creek doing with that datapad before he died? Sending a distress call, perhaps? He's already verified that the last activity on the datapad was a dark card transaction. There was no SOS. Could it have been some kind of code? Go fish. Look, there's a connection between Chopin and the Blue Bloods, and we have evidence with us here today. Why was this pharmacy? Should have read the red ink. Listen, I didn't put it at full confidence. pillars required for expansion of eminent domain, support of construction, Councilman Long to push for it, colloquially referred to the lower wards. Yep. It's gonna go over so well. True. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make out a reference to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. They have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them, with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Councilor Morgan, if you... Sorry, I wasn't sure I had to actually spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Vehemence. Wrath, outrage. Hi, Emma. Yay! I love Limbus Company Chapter 911. Yay! Sorry. I'll talk to you about it later. I'm like really so fucking normal on it. I can't believe I had to go eat dinner after doing that instead of going to read the next story chapter. Whatever. Gekido. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness? What? I don't know, he had good ears or something. Or good intuition, whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You got brass, alright. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness' last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd canonically covers all their gear with stickers. Poor Rogers. Seriously? He's the Hound? Confusion, disbelief. But isn't the Hound that growing furor? Cop killing animals! Indignation. Knew that whole house stank like shit. Abject disgust. Watch what you say about a man's family. Or what, you'll stab us in the back too? Sosuke, please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple, hang the whole house with him. Nauseous. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal. But we need to focus on preventing... It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals! Nedojalovic. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave, too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. otD? How dare you? Well, you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Woo-wee?
Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid, now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough.
Now, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. Judge according to the flesh.
This heat.
Burn the house! Zetai? Unmei? Mokushiroku?
Tension like a haze in the air.
Rip him out by the roots! Ravageur.
And on the back of my neck.
Every last one! Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you...
A bead of sweat and something that feels like...
Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down!
What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun.
Bottom of the barrel, end of the line. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit?
Sosuke, I am not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment, replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down?
What do you mean, why? Why did I
take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits. The sound is far away.
Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am?
I'm fine, Detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp, like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. The very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so... maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there!
How did that man get into the courtroom? The building. And with a weapon like whatever the hell that was?
It was his own arm, Madame Barrows. I'm Melissa Barrows, date of birth November 26th, height 169 centimeters, blood type full marks. Superior judge of the higher circuit, likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea, dislikes waking up before her alarm. Cat person? I happen to be allergic. Mark answer as yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season? Fall. Modded illegally, it's some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech.
It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel.
Enamel as in teeth?
Where on earth do these people? It doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside, but if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done.
And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land?
No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building.
Would that work?
Only used to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky we stuck with something more direct instead of an explosive.
This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now?
The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed.
As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound Vicaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me?
Well, you have to ask organized crimes. But the moon around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed.
Allegedly.
There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor.
So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. And 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he?
The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault.
Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's Pod?
Meh, older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves.
So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A Blue Blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. The cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. The story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke. Every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown?
Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour.
We would have to. The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could...
Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Who was even shooting? Presumably Sosuke. Can't ask him now, yeah.
Which will be when, exactly?
We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket.
Finished? Tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. Ugh. Fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. Big scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe.
Happy.
Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols.
Right behind you, man. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you, for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the hound of Icaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. I could change fast if you fail them. House Icaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand of his. You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people. Maybe I get it into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to? Get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor is the hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I did my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself, while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. Never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, in that half-stuttering sigh, I'm not sure she even heard it herself. 4:08 p.m., August 15th, 2086. State Building. 4:48. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Deer mentioned? True, hold on. I've not been looking at chat because I've been immersed as fuck. What are we looking at? Classic 2-day trial. It's faster than Ace Attorney. This is not one mirror I would have wanted, I don't think. Me neither. Think about how next case is the state versus whoever. I know. It's shout out to You Can Wishlist episode 3 of the Devil now. And episode 3 of the Devil is described as a the leading dissenting political voice against the state is put on trial, and Morgan has to defend her. In sort of a media circus, and that's cool because Morgan loves that. Bitch jealous over whom? Morgan, who is stone cold. One of my favorite Emma scenes coming up. Yep. It's funny that Morgan is so disconnected she didn't even consider that Emma might be shaken by the shooting. That's why she's fucking jealous. She's too Morgan to consider that other people aren't Morgan. What did she mean by this? Well. Reminder, it's been like 4 hours since the start. It wasn't up a few days ago, no, but it's up now. She loves being in the media. I love this shit, is the thing. Because, like, there's so much there. Morgan's obsession with Emma is, like, everything to me, which we know. But there's so much good food for it in this scene, in which not only does Emma admit to being, like, first she admits that she's not a robot, and Morgan is like, yeah, whatever. And Morgan is, like, visibly sort of fascinated but displeased. I don't know if I would say fascinated but displeased is my definitive interpretation of that scene, but it has sort of a black eyes about it. I have to go have dinner. Bye-bye. And then Emma admits that she doesn't feel bad about it, and furthermore, runs in the family, which is such a Morgan way of putting it. Morgan's insistence that she was just sort of born like this, which is to say, heartless. One imagines that Emma could get very good at this if she had a lot of practice. You know? Much like how Morgan talks about how she only gets good at things, like killing people with swords, with a lot of practice. I think Emma could get accustomed to gunshots. New end goal. New end game. They both become serial killers. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Icaria really is. Come on. There's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around him. Yeah. Real lucky. I know. I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No. But I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him? Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. Morgan convinces Emma to become a serial killer. Morgan immediately turns Emma in. Helped the guy was fidgeting around all day. The president had been in the courtroom all day? How long had he waited for to take his shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably metahexphenolin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metahex... Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over his bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. It started biting his arm. By the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball. Now it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods' monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma megs and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards, and the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The gray tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like scientists. Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So, if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate. Basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep, but everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their play date fell apart. Hey, did you sit that back there in court about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these blue bloods are... He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in.
Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after?
Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about...
What happened a year ago?
A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were going to work out a deal for the Ikarian network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would you want the basement-cooked swill the blue bloods make sold into our storefronts? Our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year. Yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So the order made to guard Makoto full-time.
Isn't that a great honor? Guarding the heir to the headship?
Of course it is.
Then why do you sound like that?
You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guard still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard.
Is there someone we could talk to who is?
There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like, 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. Trying to decide how much longer I can go. Because I'm enraptured by what's going on right now. But I like... Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. I kept expecting this to sort of, like, cut at a nice, satisfying point. But I think I've kind of brushed past that point. And now we're at the part where it's like, it's just transitions between scenes that I desperately want to see. But I think right after flashback is when I am obligated to cut it. Also, it's been almost exactly 4 hours, which is very nice. If I can just really change out my shit real quick. Save my game nicely. This is so tragic. I know. Believe me, I know. I let's see. When's my schedule open next? Come up with my favorite scene. Stop saying things. It made me want to play the damn video game, which is untenable. You can't do that. It's wrong. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out when I'm announcing that I'm streaming next. Probably the 2nd. Maybe. I'm gonna get a higher score than you. I don't think you get to say that after you cheated on my damn work. Probably the 2nd, maybe. Is when I'll be streaming next. I can't put this down for too long. I have a lot of things going on right now. Most of them are related to Limbus Company Condo 9, but I think I can spare some time on the 2nd. I know Colin's about cheating on the test. Such a cool kid. Yeah. Friday the 2nd. More of the devil. More evil women. I can't handle it. This shit is excellent. Like, I don't know if I've even spoken enough about what's going on in this video game at the moment, considering I'm so busy voicing an entire visual novel. But it kicks so much ass. This game is so fucking good. Please tell everyone you know to play it. It's so good. I'm clawing at the fucking walls. But start biting drywall about it. Just like in general. Anyway. Yeah. Let me quit out to the menu so you have some nice music. There you go. What are my notifications? Are they urgent? No, it's fine. Travel isn't very tasty in my experience. Bite a fruit or something. Okay. I don't have any fruits near me to bite. If I was in Ivy's apartment, it'd be different. I'll see you then. Enjoy everything else in between. He hasn't put enough seasoning on the drywall. A tasteful basil. It does a lot. You can always give your own arm a nibble. Pretty good. Bye bye.